32 votes. This is dated 2nd August 2020. My attention has been drawn that I said August. Sorry, it's 2nd September 2025. For the Tamale Central elections, the communication from the Electoral Commission of rate of election for the Tamale Central parliamentary by-election. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission, and I trust that this letter finds you A and B of the Public Elections Regulations 2020 CI 127. The Electoral Commission hereby informs you that Alidu Seidu Mahama, the parliamentary candidate for the National Democratic Congress, NDC, for the Tamale Central by-election, has been elected unopposed. Please find attached the rate of election for the Tamale Central parliamentary by-election. Thank you. Yours faithfully, Mrs. Jean Mensah, Chairperson. The rate of election reads: to the returning officer for the Tamale Central constituency, whereas elections are to be held for the election of a member of parliament, and whereas there exists a vacancy in the membership of parliament for the Tamale Central constituency, now therefore, I do hereby command that you cause the election of a member of parliament to be held according to law for the said constituency, and that you do certify on this writ the name of the person elected. I do hereby direct that the nomination shall take place from the 8th day of September 2025 to the 10th day of September at Tamale Metro EC office, and that the poll shall be taken, if necessary, on the 30th day of September 2025. Signed, Chairperson, Electoral Commission. And the certificate endorsed says, I hereby certify that the member of parliament elected for the Tamale Central constituency in persons of this rate is Alidu Seidu Mahama, unopposed. Dated 23rd September 2025. Signed, Muniru Musa, returning officer. Honorable members, in accordance with 13.1 of the standing orders of as you all know, a member of parliament elect may swear on the Bible, the crucifix, or the Quran. Alternatively, a member elect may make and subscribe to a solemn affirmation. Honorable members, pursuant to Order 13.1 of the Standing Orders, to proceed the oath of a member of Parliament, I will commence with the oath of allegiance. Honorable members, your choice, please.
Quran.
Bible.
Quran.
Bible.
Bible. You all know the drill very well, but just remind you, you repeat after me.
I, Seidu Mahama Alidu,
Do Ghana,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana,
as by law established,
that
I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana,
that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana,
and that I will preserve,
and that I will preserve,
protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I,
Seydou Mahama Alidu,
having been elected a member of Parliament, do,
having been elected of a member of Parliament, do,
in the name of the Almighty God, swear
in the name of the Almighty God, swear
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana,
as by law established, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana,
and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana,
and that I will faithfully
and
conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of Parliament. So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable members, thank you for taking the oath. You are most welcome. And I'll hold you to two oaths that you've sworn, particularly the one where you clearly stated that you faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of Parliament. To enable you to discharge those duties, I'll first give you the hoe and the cutlass. And so on a daily basis, I observe members when they walk in. Please, even though I'm 33 years here, on a daily basis, I still refer to the Constitution and the standard. This over to you. There are other documents that the clerk's office will make available to you. And please, if you really want to perform your duties well, you have to put them and sleep with them. There's a lot that you have to learn. Whether you are a professor, or you are a farmer, or you are from anywhere, you have come to a new school. And that school starts from crèche. And you are starting from crèche today. Please don't assume that because of your capacity in other areas, you know it. You don't know it. You have to start learning. Please. Your seniors will do the usual thing. You've all been to school, and you've all passed through to the university, you've gone through. You know what seniors do to juniors. Don't be deterred and intimidated. You can perform better than them. Please. But at least, for the respect, the reverence, you have to give it to them, because they were born before you. And so, on behalf of the House and the members, I hand over this first to the Member of Parliament for the Akwatia constituency. And second, to the Member of Parliament for Tamale Central.
We can come, okay.
Honorable members, on your behalf, I warmly welcome the two freshest members of Parliament to our midst. And we are happy now to have the full complement of the House. We now have 276 members of Parliament. Please, the number is no longer 275. We have 276. And anytime the number increases, we have to create space for the member. So please, it's a plea that before this number increases, you must, as a country, as a republic, start looking for a proper place. If not, the integrity of this structure is being undermined. A word to the wise is enough. By our standing orders, we now move to item 4, which is National Pledge. All of you, I'll listen to you delivering your pledges to the nation, not one by one. You do it together. You do it together, please. Let's be on our feet. Honorable members, I promise on my honor Thank you so much. Please, you may resume your seats. To all Ghanaians, particularly our gallant Black Stars, every Ghanaian must learn how to recite the National Pledge, and at the appropriate time, recite it with joy. You have to. Please, don't be mumbling. It's a very short one, very easy to recite. I have a few messages. Others, I'll call on the Office of the Official Report to capture them verbatim as they have been presented to this House. The one I will read deals with the nomination of the Chief Justice. The letter is dated 7th October 2025, and it reads, Right Honorable Speaker, with the Council, and in accordance with Article 144, Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, I have the honor to respectfully submit for the approval of Parliament as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Justice Bafubone has distinguished himself through unwavering integrity, sound judicial temperament, and a deep commitment to the rule of law. His long and meritorious service on the Supreme Court has been characterized by professionalism, fairness, administrative competence, and vision to advance ongoing reforms within Ghana's justice system and to attach are the nominees' curriculum vitae and supporting documents to facilitate the vetting process. I trust that Parliament will expedite the approval process in accordance with constitutional requirements. Please accept, Mr. Speaker, the assurances of my highest regard. John Dramani Mahama, signed. The said nomination to the appropriate committee, and that is the Appointments Committee, to do the public hearing and submit a report to the House for consideration. As you know by our rules, other members of Parliament are permitted to attend the sitting of vote, but you can attend to assist your colleagues. We trust that this will be done in accordance with the laws of this country. And at the end of the day, please, we'll give you ample time for us to assist His Excellency to make sure that the confidence in the arms of government are restored and enhanced. The nominee is accordingly referred to the Appointments Committee for consideration and report to the House. The demise of our compatriots. And so we've been given notice of it. The letter is dated 7th August 2025, and it reads, Right Honorable Speaker, notice of demise. It is with profound sorrow and a heavy heart that I write to inform you formally and the Honorable House of the tragic loss of two distinguished ministers of state. One, Honorable Dr. Edward Omanibuama, Minister for Defense. Mohammed, exemplary public servants and an abiding commitment to the public good, sadly lost their lives in a fatal helicopter crash. One, Alhaji Muniru. 3, Mr. Samuel Abuaje. 4, Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala. 5, Flying Officer Chum Ampadu. Accept, Right Honorable Speaker, the assurances of my highest consideration. Signed, John Dramani Mahama. Honorable members, I think it's proper for us to stand in honor to give our departed compatriots 1 minute silence. May their souls and the souls of all the faithfully departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Honorable members, as a result of the sudden departure in such a horrific manner of our two ministers of state, His Excellency has proceeded to designate caretaker ministers. The letter to me is dated 7th August 2025, and it reads, Right Honorable Speaker, designation of caretaker ministers. Following the tragic demise of the Honorable Minister for Defense and the Honorable Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, I wish to respectfully notify Parliament through your esteemed office of interim ministerial arrangements pending the appointment of substantive ministers. In accordance with the of government, I have designated the following officials to serve in the caretaker capacity. 1. Minister for Finance will additionally serve as caretaker Minister for Defense. And 2. Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi Boa, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Technology. Please accept, Right Honorable Speaker, the renewed assurances of my highest consideration. Signed. The rest of the other letters, the communication from His Excellency, deals with absence from Ghana. And there are a number of them. And now, the Office of the Official Reporting to capture them verbatim in our proceedings as having been read to the House. Please, with your kind permission, I do so now. They are accordingly referred to the Hansard Office. In view, item 6 will just be to warmly welcome you all to the third meeting of the first session of the you took a half. Many of you interacted with your constituents on whose behalf you are here. I'm informed that you shared information with them on the work of Parliament, and you received a lot of inputs from your constituents to visit a number of places, particularly government agencies and projects, to play their oversight role. There were a number of delegations to represent Ghana outside, particularly as now they place a lot of emphasis on parliamentary diplomacy. It's becoming a function, not just a duty. Apart from that, learn from other jurisdictions so that we could adopt our brothers and sisters all over the world. We will deal with them in detail later on. The agenda of this meeting from the clerk to Parliament, you'll be given copies. We haven't finalized it, because leadership are still in discussion with the government so that we could get total government business for this meeting. For parliamentary business, we have, together with the ministers, come out with a position which, by the procedure, the Speaker has to admit before it's referred to the clerk, who will put it before the business committee for them to schedule weekly. And I'll proceed now to give opportunity to your leaders. If they have some words, they will share with us before we get to the next item. And I'll do so by starting with the minority leader. Please, minority leader, you have some time to say a few words of welcome to your colleagues from the recess. We say recess. They recede from plenary session to engage in the other functions of the House outside plenary session. So they don't go, members of Parliament don't go on holidays or vacation. They recede to continue to do the work of member of Parliament. I think it's something that we have to consider, because the Labour Act expects that you should also have some leave. Some leave is done all over the world. Members of Parliament have leave so that you can rest. Those of us who have sacrificed all these years, we know how our families have been destroyed because you never have time for your family. You never have time for people dear to your heart, the people that you grew with, and sometimes they don't spare you. Please, let's think over it, discuss with our neighbors outside the Parliament, and at least get a few days to have some breathing space, if not to rest, but to share love with your immediate family.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to make my remarks as we reconvene for the third meeting of the first session of the 9th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I begin by warmly welcoming your good self, your deputies, honorable colleagues in leadership, and all members of this House back to our legislative duties. I also extend this welcome to the Clerk to Parliament and his deputies, the dedicated staff of parliamentary service. Mr. Speaker, during the recess, we were struck with sorrow with the passing of 8 distinguished citizens who served Ghana with dedication and honor. We mourn our respected colleague, Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed. We also remember Dr. Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator, the Deputy Dr. Samuel Sapon, Vice Chairman of National Democratic Congress, and Samuel Abuaje, former parliamentary candidate, Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Adu Mensah. Mr. Speaker, the minority extends its deepest condolences to their families, loved ones, and all who mourn their loss. Many are inspired by their dedicated service to recommit. We have today also welcomed 2 new members of Parliament, a member for Akwitia and Tamale Central. They are around service. Mr. Speaker, from economic hardship on the home front have indeed tested our resilience as a country. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians remain concerned about the economy. While recent indicators show modest macroeconomic gains, these are yet to bring real relief to the ordinary, and families still struggle with the cost of living. The mass dismissed who were employed without due process, without cause, these are political confidence in governance. The recent labor unrest whilst we were on break shows a clear public discontent. Over 200 junior doctors have also gone months without salaries. These are the stories of hardship people face. A government that fails to pay its frontline workers cannot claim to care for it. Whilst in office, initiated the 1D1F. This was conceived as a vehicle to drive industrial growth and create sustainable jobs through private sector participation. However, government actions in recent months show a clear lack of commitment to that vision. Instead of providing real support to existing private sector jobs and easing the cost of doing business, bureaucracies are being created, frustrating investors and entrepreneurs. This stifles innovation, discourages productivity, and risks choking the public sector with inefficiencies that private sector was meant to relieve. But, Mr. Speaker, no economy can grow when private sector initiative is replaced with political control. The time has come for government to walk the talk of ensuring that the private sector becomes the real engine of growth. Enough of the rhetorics. The 24-hour economy must not be an empty talk. It must provide a hope for many youths who expect jobs. Mr. Speaker, on the governance front, governance is about upholding freedom, justice, and the rule of law. The frequent arrests of opposition figures, journalists, and ordinary citizens on flimsy and politically motivated charges exemplify a pattern of harassment intended to silence dissent. They paint a troubling picture of a shrinking civic space in our democracy. Even more disturbing, the question we ask as a minority is this the reset we were promised, or an era of regression into worse infractions? Not long ago, this incident, not long before this incident, during the police have not taken action. Mr. Speaker, why is there no urgency on this matter? Why the speed in one case and silence in another? Justice must be seen to be done. Justice cannot be harsh on critics and lenient on those who are closer to power. The broader context deepens our concern. Mr. Speaker, on the 8th of September, the Bono Regional Chairman of the New arrested and detained on charges constitutional question farm, observing that, quote, all men are equal, but some are more equal than others, unquote, and went on to us as the minority, coming from the bench, may no longer be treated as fundamental rights, but as privileges subject to interpretation and power. Such reasoning, if left unchecked, set a worrying precedent for democratic governance and judicial independence. The use of Orwell and supposed quote from Mugabe to rationalize the restriction of free speech undermines the spirit of our Constitution, which guarantees every citizen the right to express opinion without fear of reprisal. Ghana's courts have long were referred to the Puaman Committee. The committee only had one petition, then adjourned proceedings for continuation on the 15th, on the 1st of September, and within 2 hours termination. But to date, no one has seen such document, and this raises serious constitutional questions. Serious constitutional questions on our demand for a copy and a full disclosure of this report. Mr. Speaker, this matter goes beyond one individual. If this false and irregular process succeeds, it endangers every independent constitutional body. The Auditor General could be targeted next under the same action is removed as a Chief Justice, that he or she remain a Justice of the Supreme Court. This will destroy the safeguards of accountability and erase the principle of probity from our governance. If judicial independence can be manipulated in this manner, we should not expect free or credible elections in future. Mr. Speaker, the judiciary is the last line of defense for our democracy. and resist any attempt to compromise the sanctity of the judiciary. Ghana's institutions must be protected from political manipulation, and we will not sit idly by while dangerous precedents are set. On the issue of illegal mining, we, the minority, are of the view that this represents one of Ghana's gravest governance challenges that has persisted across successive governments and which has escalated into a full-blown national crisis is the menace of illegal mining, popularly known as galamsey. The devastation caused by galamsey to our environment, water bodies, and public health cannot be overstated. Even as we convene today, Mr. Speaker, our rivers run brown with pollution, vast tracts of once fertile poisonous chemicals. We have talked about illegal mining for years, yet the problem has only grown worse. Time for mere talk is over. We need decisive, visionary action now to save our country's future from disaster. Not long ago, we were warned. One such early warning came in 2010 when investigative journalist Anas Arimayel Anas released a documentary exposing the dark underbelly of galamsey. That expose, part of the Africa Investigate series, shone a light on the tragic consequences of illegal mining that were already evident back then. The documentary recounted how in June 2010, a galamsey pit near Dunkwa Onofin flooded, killing an estimated 150 people in a single disaster. It showed the rampant corruption and complicity that allowed galamsey to look the other way. It highlighted the environmental havoc being unleashed, rivers poisoned with mercury, cyanide and other toxins, local communities suffering flooding and pollution, fishermen and farmers losing their livelihood. Anas's work in 2010 was an early warning alert for our nation. Then again in 2015, Finance Minister Honorable Setekpe again brought this up at the Finance Committee hearing in Parliament when discussing reasons for the declining cocoa production in Ghana. Tragically, Mr. Speaker, those warnings were not heeded with the urgency and seriousness they deserved. Fast forward, today, the nightmare scenario is upon us. Just last month, new study by Pure Earth and Ghana's own EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, revealed terrifying data about toxin levels in mining communities. In some areas, mercury are seeping into the water, into food crops, into the very bodies of our people. Doctors are reporting, and children, Mr. Speaker, now require dialysis because of the poisonous fruits of galamsey. Our nation's future is being sickened. A surge in unregulated small-scale mining has created an underground economy that drains national resources and benefits criminal networks. In just 8 months this year, small-scale gold exports surged to over $6.3 billion, according to the CEO of Ghana Gold Board. However, much of this trade is believed to be illicit. The state loses billions in revenue while communities suffer environmental devastation. The minority stands with all Ghanaians, calling for decisive action. We welcome the advocacy from civil society and religious leaders, and we support real solutions from tougher laws to sustainable alternatives. Mr. Speaker, we must also admit that the situation has worsened since this government came into office. At the 2025 May Day celebrations, TUC's position was again echoed by the acting Chief Justice, Justice Paul Bafuboni, at the GBA conference in Wa, where he also described the crisis as worsening. Mr. Speaker, when Labour and the judiciary raise their voices together, we must listen because these are not partisan voices. Mr. Failing an entire generation. Development came to light regarding an agreement between the government of Ghana and the United States to accept some deportees. Mr. Speaker, the agreement of such magnitude, in our view, and we respectfully submit, should be subject to the parliamentary scrutiny under Article 75 of the 1992 Constitution. We therefore demand that this arrangement be brought before Parliament for ratification. Ghana's foreign policy must never be conducted in secrecy, nor should we compromise our sovereignty for expediency. We urge the government to always place Ghana's dignity first and ensure that any international agreement reflects our values and command the confidence of the Ghanaian people. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it is worth emphasizing that Ghana's story is of triumphs achieved through visionary leadership and the indomitable spirit of our people. The new Patriotic Party, during its time in government, championed bold in education to youth from all walks of life. We pursued industrialization through 1D, 1F program, establishing 169 new factories nationwide and creating nearly 170,000 jobs for our citizens, constructing over 13,000 kilometers of roads, championing staff, making TVET education free under MPP stewardship. Ghana's democracy deepened and economy grew to the extent that the world took notice. We therefore urge this government to walk the talk, and by being bold with policy implementation. Enough of the rhetoric of 24-hour economy. We've had one job, 3 shifts. Enough of it. We want the reality to be seen on the streets of Accra. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford to lose hope. Our nation has weathered many storms, and each time we have emerged stronger. 87, we assure the people of Ghana that we are firm in our conviction and will be able to hold this supermajority to account. Mr. Speaker, we are a proud might and work tirelessly, Mr. Speaker, and inspired by your own hard work. When your party lost in 2000, you led a charge with few said that by 2020, your son 28. In President Akufo-Addo's words, be citizens, not spectators. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for your kind audience, and I thank colleagues for indulging.
Honorable members, before I invite the majority leader, let me acknowledge of visitors from the following constituencies: Sanerigu, Akwatia, and Tamale. So we have Tamale Senior High School, my alma mater, led by one Chris Avia, who is the board chairman of the school. There are 60 in numbers, 60 of them all the way from Sanerigu. Please, you are welcome. All the secondary school we do here. Thank you, and join that so that you grow up with this culture. You are most welcome. Please, you may resume your seats. We have constituents from Akwatia constituency, led by the district chief executive. They moved out, I'm sure because after we saw in the MP, they decided to follow the MP. We also have constituents from Tamale Central constituency, led by Fuseini Yusuf, who is the secretary to the group. They are 102 in number. You are all welcome to your house. Honorable members, I will now invite the Majority Leader to give you warm words of welcome.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Speakers, Honorable colleague, members of Parliament, representing the 276 constituencies presently constituting the House, the Clerk of Parliament, and the parliamentary staff. By the grace of the Almighty, we have been duly summoned back by our most able Right Honorable Speaker, who remains a pillar of parliamentary democracy in the annals of our democracy's history. We continue to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your continued defense of the independence and autonomy of this House as a coordinate branch of government. I begin on a very solemn note. We must start in that tragic helicopter crash of the 6th of August 2025. The Right Honorable Speaker has already mentioned their names, but suffice it to add that two were particularly close to us. The Honorable Dr. Edward Kofi Omane-Boama, a non-voting member of this House and the then Minister for Defense, and Honorable Alhaji Dr. Murtala Ibrahim, the then Member of Parliament for Tamale Central and Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. The other distinguished Ghanaians who perished in the fatal accident have all been mentioned, and I will urge colleagues to remember them in their prayers. And on behalf of colleagues in this House, let me extend our condolences to the families of the bereaved and urge all of us to support the efforts to maintain their children. A minute of silence has already been observed in remembrance of our colleagues. Lamis occasioned a by-election in the Tamale South, and in addition to an earlier loss of our colleague, which also occasioned another by-election in Akwatia. The NDC party won the elections. Mr. Speaker, winning Akwatia about 8 months in office signals the growing popularity of the NDC in government and general public positive rating of the government of the NDC under President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, with these two elections and the one that took place in Ablekuma, this House is now fully constituted. The independent members of this House remain 4. The NPP, which previously had a micro-minority of 88, has had its number shrink further to 87. Mr. Speaker, micro could actually be a large number because micro is a unit of measurement. 1 million can actually be micro when you are evaluating 1 billion. In English, when you want to describe something as very small, you say minuscule. The NDC supermajority will balloon to 185, and when we add our numbers to the 4 independents who have agreed to do business with us, the NDC will become so far so excellent. During recess, MPs had the opportunity to observe the impact of work we did during our previous meetings, the budget we approved, the laws we passed, and the policies underpinning them. Our engagements revealed the persistent laws and the policies that we enact create jobs. Ghana's population still remains very young. Citizens aged 15 to 35 make up over 38% of the population and 60% of the labor force. They face enormous barriers to economic inclusion. Indeed, they want jobs. In the 2024 Afrobarometer report of the CDD, concerns about unemployment was the topmost concern of most Ghanaians. This was followed by the management of the economy and then infrastructure. During this meeting of Parliament, members will focus on reviewing job creation policies of the various sectors. We propose to hold a special parliamentary hearing on the extractive industries with a view to exploring the impact on beneficial national economic development, overall benefit to the country, and in particular, the extent to which local content legislation are being enforced to create jobs for Ghanaians and ownership of the extractive industries. The debates and deliberations in this meeting will focus on how this Parliament would hold sector heads accountable for ensuring that jobs are indeed created to the benefit of the Ghanaian youth. In this regard, most committees will be requested to conduct hearings on the extent of job creation policies and programs of the various sectors so we can enhance efforts towards job creation. Indeed, during the recess, we had the opportunity for committees to engage in field visits and engage with interest groups and governmental agencies, and we observed firsthand the impacts of the financial budget and economic policies and legislation we passed in the previous meetings of Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, I am proud to say that so far, so excellent. The energy sector is doing very well, and electricity has remained on and powering growth. So far, so excellent. The economy is rebounding, and Ghana once again is gaining economic respectability globally. So far, so excellent. The Ghana cedi is gaining strength and stabilizing. So far, so excellent. Inflation has come down to single digit, and prices are coming down, and life is becoming affordable to the ordinary Ghanaian. So far, so excellent. We are paying our debts, and at the same time, we are not accumulating needless debts. So far, so excellent. We are spending on the right things, and within our means, we are spending, but spending wisely. So far, so excellent. Our schools are functioning well, and free HSS is well funded, and we have not experienced any disruption of the school year calendar in our constituencies during our recess. Let me repeat, our schools are functioning well, and free SHS is well funded, and we have not experienced any disruption of schools or school calendar in our constituencies. So far, so excellent. Mr. Speaker, the NHIA has paid a total of 2.84 billion Ghana cedis in claims to accredited healthcare providers across the country. This represents the most consistent payment trend since the scheme's inception. The NDC are the best implementers of social intervention schemes. As I address you, there are no arrears outstanding. Claim payments are now up to date, with reimbursements made monthly, a marked improvement from previous years when payments delayed for several months. This improvement has restored confidence among health care providers, stabilized service delivery, and enhanced the scheme's credibility across all regions. Additionally, the uncapping of the NHIL by His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has released an additional 3.4 billion Ghana cedis to the NHIE, marking a historic fiscal breakthrough that secures sustainable funding for timely claims cases. So far, so excellent. Mr. Speaker, the health insurance scheme is on track to reach an unprecedented 20 million active members by end of year 2025. So far, so excellent. Our hospitals and health facilities are being well funded, and Mr. Speaker, I can only say good things will happen to this country. Our metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies are very well financially lubricated, with prompt transfers of 80% of the common fund allocations. Total disbursement for the first quarter of 2025, 852 Ghana cedis and 56 pesos. That's the first quarter. Second quarter 2025 disbursement was also completed on 21st August 2025, and this was 1,318,484,908 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, these disbursements are boosting local economies, as procurements which must be done at that level are being done to create local jobs and opportunities have been launched on structure. It's on course. So far, so excellent. Mr. Speaker, Info Analytics did some polls released on July 1st, 2025, and they revealed that 70% of Ghanaians believe the country is on the right track. 70% of Ghanaians believe the country is on the right track. So far, so excellent. As of September 2025, Global Info Analytics Survey found 58% believe the government was doing enough to fight against corruption, and 50%, a similar report of Info Analytics in 2024 revealed that 65% of Ghanaians believe that the country was heading in a wrong direction. There is a clear turnaround in how Ghanaians perceive their country and their government now. We must stay the course in this direction, and the work of this meeting of Parliament must keep the pressure on our executive arm of government to keep delivering. In this regard, I want to assure Ghanaians that the overwhelming NDC majority will not treat our counterparts in the executive with kid gloves. We will continue to demand performance and delivery of promises made in our manifesto. Bipartisanship shall be our hallmark, so we will tolerate our minuscule minority and heed sound and genuine criticism. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget meeting. We will be receiving the 2026 budget statement in due course. But the signs of a very positive survey conducted by professional service firm PwC in July 2025 believe the country's macroeconomic performance in the first half of the year has met or exceeded expectations. 95% of Ghanaians believe that our macroeconomic performance, yes, our macroeconomic performance has met or exceeded expectations. Indeed, even members of the MPP cannot deny the fact that the indicators are looking very, very good. So far, so excellent. Mr. Speaker, we in the NDC are governing well. The president of Imani, Franklin Kujo, on July 5th, 2025, strongly endorsed President John Dramani Mahama's recent decision to scrap fuel allowances and allocations for all political appointees, describing it as a wonderful initiative. So many wonderful initiatives that should be codified into law to prevent future reversals. So far, so excellent. On October 10th, 2025, 2025, the IMF stated that Ghana's economy is rebounding faster than anticipated, with macroeconomic stabilization taking root following a strong performance in the first half of 2025, underpinned by strong services activity, agricultural output, and others. So far, so excellent. The IMF has also lauded Ghana on recent stabilization of the cedi, noting that the development signals improvement in the country's economic fundamentals, renewed policy credibility, and investor confidence cedi as the best performing currency in the second quarter. Bloomberg rated the Ghana cedi as the best performing currency in the second quarter. So far, so excellent. The positive endorsement of policies and programs this House approved keep coming locally and internationally. During a high-level meeting in Washington, D.C., the African Development Bank President, Dr. Sidi Uta, described the gold board under the new President John Dramani Mahama-led administration as a timely innovation that aligns with the African Development Bank's efforts to promote responsible resource management and fiscal acumen. In his mid-year economic review of 2025, stated that Ghana's political reset in 2025 has coincided with an unmistakable economic rebound. Inflation is easing, the Ghana cedi has steadied, business activity is picking up, and this grants growth story. Mr. Speaker, to the World Cup in America. So far, so excellent. So much has been achieved so far within a short time, but a lot remains to be done. We are not out of the woods yet. Get into grade A schools reveals a malaise that must be fixed in our educational sector. There must be no grade A school and no grade B schools. We spend equally on all teachers in all schools. We in this parliament must do whatever it takes to fix all schools and demand equal performance. We pay equally to all schools. This House must begin to demand accountability and the greatest standards of performance from all our services: education service, health service, judicial service, and all the public services of Ghana. Reforming attitudes there must engage our attention. The reset agenda must permeate our public services. Mr. Speaker, the story of Ghana is now being told in a positive light on all international platforms. The reset agenda of President John Dramani Mahama and the NDC party is on course. This House will sustain the agenda in this meeting. We will demand accountability for past acts of corruption and abuse of power and gross mismanagement of the economy. We will demand the full implementation of the report of Operation Recover or Loot. Right, Honourable Speaker, my team has engaged the various sector ministers in regulations, the National Health Insurance Professional Council regulations, and others. The Minister of Education will seek the passage of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, change of university names to the names that they were given. A bill will be brought to this House to change and reverse all the changes of the names of the universities. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry will also seek this House approval for the passage of the Ghana Book Development Council Bill, the University of Engineering and Agricultural Science Bonsu Bill, College of Education Amendment Bill, Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply Chain Bill, the National Teaching Council Regulations, National Council for Curriculum and Assessment Regulations, National Schools Inspectorate Authority Regulations, Ghana Tertiary Education Commission Regulations, and others. The Ministry of Transport will seek passage of the Road Traffic Amendment Bill, the Road Traffic Amendment Regulations, Road Traffic Amendment, Ghana Shippers Authority Regulations, Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority Bill, ratification of the African Road Safety Charter, and others. The Minister of Interior will seek the expeditious passage of the Security Intelligence Agencies Bill, the Immigration Service Amendment Regulations, Prison Service Parole Regulations, and the Gaming Regulations, Diaspora Birthright Certificate Bill, Community Service Bill, and the Extradition Bill. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources will want us to ratify a number of mining leases. These will include the ratification of mining leases program to bring before us the Wildlife Resource Management Regulations 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, let me at this juncture mention that whilst we were away on recess, the issue of illegal mining, referred to as Galamsey, became very topical. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama spoke to the nation in a media interaction and outlined progress made so far for the multiple approaches of government to deal with this matter. During this meeting, this House will build the needed collaboration and coalition of MPs to join the fight against Galamsey. After all, it is happening in our various constituencies and by our various constituents. We perhaps hold the keys in the way mining prospecting licenses are awarded and leases issued and the environmental implications thereof. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has some international agreements which we will be called upon to consider for ratification. Some are the visa waiver agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana and the Republic of Algeria, Republic of Angola, and the Republic of Serbia. Headquarters agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana and Afrobarometer, and the presidential initiative to offer 1,000 tertiary scholarships to ECOWAS citizens. Waiver of import duties and other taxes on vehicles for foreign service officers and analogous appointees, establishment and implementation of Ghana Diaspora Bond Program, and membership in the Brazil for parliamentary ratification of the agreement widely debated. If the appropriate legal advice to this House is that we should ratify it, we will consider so. But I can set restrictions on Ghanaians. Given our business and social ties with America, these restrictions were going to be extremely burdensome to many Ghanaian businesses and families. The Minister of Land, Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs will seek the passage of the Local Governance Amendment Bill, Coastal Development, the ratification and passage of National Petroleum Authority Bill, ratification of petroleum agreements in respect of Block GHB 01 involving the Government of Ghana, GNPC, GNPC Exploco, and TriStar Upstream Oil and Gas Limited. They will also seek the passage of the Nuclear Power Management of the Ghana Energy Regulatory Commission. They will also seek the passage of the West African Gas Pipeline Amendment Regulations. The Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection will seek the passage of the Affirmative Action Gender Equity Regulations 2025 and the Social Protection Regulations. The Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice has a tall legislative program. They include the passage of the Tribunals Bill, the Legal Education Reform Bill, the Conduct of Public and Organized Crime Office Operations Regulations, Economic and Organized Crime Office Terms and Conditions of Service Regulations, High Court Civil Procedure Amendment Rules, Interpretation Regulations, Legal Aid Commission Regulations, and others. Minister of Sports and Recreation will bring the following for consideration: the Sports Fund Bill, Sports Fund Regulations, National Sports College Bill, Anti-Doping Regulations Bill. I cannot list entirely the legislative program. It promises to be weighty. I therefore urge colleagues to dedicate time and energy to the task and nomination to the position of many should prepare to earn the approval of this House. Right Honorable Speaker, to ensure greater efficiency, I have engaged with political leadership of the minuscule minority, and we have agreed that this meeting will always schedule government business before personal business. That way we will ensure that MPs come on time, we transact government business first, and then afterwards we move to individual statements, MPs, questions to ministers. Capacity to participate effectively, and do participate effectively. You can only learn by practice. Right Honorable Speaker, as usual, we count on your continued guidance. You know it all, and under your guidance, we cannot go astray. Let me congratulate you for by the Africa Open Parliament Index. This is the second time our parliament has won this coveted award, having won it in 2022. All this bears testimony to your remarkable leadership, Mr. Speaker, and foresight in managing this noble institution. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I welcome you back to this House for the third meeting of the first session of the ninth Parliament. May the Almighty God direct our every step, and may the work we will do together in this meeting make Ghana great and strong. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I'm sure you have observed a facelift in. You can see there's a facelift, and I want to thank the clerk and our supporting staff for implementing this decision of the board. And you have also observed that tire, our own hand-woven cloths, are distinguished, and you can see there have been also a renewal of those majestic cloths. I think you have read that I led a delegation, including the second Deputy Speaker and some members, our condolences with the King of Ashanti, Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, for the loss of our mother, the Queen Mother. You will have read that we did make a request because this was the gracious presentation started in, and so we appealed to him if he could graciously come and renew them, and he immediately accepted and directed that it be done. The next day, to our surprise, the team was down here in Accra, and you can see a complete, fresh renewal of those pictures. And we know his passion in multi-party democracy. He has been a guide to all of us, particularly somebody like Fourth Republic of Ghana. Names and meaning. So if my pronunciation offends your ears, kindly forgive me because I'm of a different ethnic group. But these kente cloths are of two types. One is called a Genesi hand-woven Ghanaian kente cloth that translates to designs upon, it's called Fatia Fata Nkrumah. That definitely is clear to all of you, even including me. It's a Ghanaian kente cloth. For those of us who are old enough used to hear it. It was created to honor the marriage of Ghana's first president. In fact, we should always start by saying first prime minister and first president, by personally moving beyond the shores of Ghana to marry from Egypt. Honorable members, I think you will assist me, as I said, to thank His Royal Majesty for his gracious support to the House. I will, on your behalf, send a fitting thank you message to His Excellency. But let me add that the second Deputy Speaker has been so helpful in these matters. To His Excellency, the King of Ashanti. And we've always had very fruitful discussions, and it's always been a source. Kindly accept my thanks, my colleague, good brother, second Deputy Speaker, for what you are doing to us. With this, I want to invite the first Deputy Speaker to take the chair whilst I prepare for another assignment this evening. In the meantime, we move on to the next item. which is the routine business of honorable members. We'll start with the votes and proceedings of Friday, 1st August 2025. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Page 6, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 19, page 20. Yes, Honorable.
Achim. I think it's supposed to be
Well, thanks.
AM. I think it's supposed to be PM, not AM. Thank you.
Very well. Table of Office, take note. Page 21. Page 22. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. (27) Yes.
Mr. Speaker, on page 27, Roman numeral VI, Mr. Christian Adepoku, the Registrar of the National Teaching Council, is a doctor. This is a minor correction. He is Dr. Christian Adepoku, not Mr.
Very well.
Thank you.
Table of Office, take note. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kwadaso. Page 28 and 30. Honorable members, subject to the corrections, the vote and proceedings of Friday, 1st August 2025 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, official reports. Honorable members, we have two official reports. Official reports of 28th July 2025 and 29th July 2025. Honourable members, in the absence of any correction, The official reports of 28th July 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Now, official reports of 29th July 2025 under correction. Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Mr. Speaker, on column 17, the second paragraph, last sentence, is about the name of Mohammed Polo. There is something, Mohammed Polo. Mohammed is spelled M-O-H-A-M-E-D. I think it should be. Then you come to column 179 under Reverend John Tim Fojo. There's an omission. If you look at the budget, the omission of "of" has to be inserted so that it reads that this House approves the media review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Table office, kindly take note. Of 29th July 20. Chairman of the Business Committee and the Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Your committee met yesterday, Monday, 20th October 2025, and arranged business of the House for the first week. Its report as follows. Formal arrangement of business includes formal communications by the Speaker. So you may read any available communication to the House. Pursuant to Order 91-2, Ministers of State may be permitted to make statements on government policy. You may also admit statements by honorable members in accordance with Order 93. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Order 159, bills may be presented to the House for first reading. However, those of urgent nature may be taken through the various stages in a day in accordance with Order 160. Pursuant to Order 97, papers may be laid during the week, and reports from committees may also be presented to the House for consideration. Mr. Speaker, motions may be debated and there are consequential resolutions, if any, taken during the week. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee takes the opportunity to welcome all honorable members back. That a significant part of the meeting for 2026, together with the budget estimates of the ministries, departments, and agencies. The House would also consider other business requiring the consideration. Therefore, and the Business Committee discussed the issue of the time for the commencement of sitting of the House. And the Business Committee takes notice that the introduction of the commencement of sittings at 2 p.m. with the aim of improving members' participation in the conduct of parliamentary business has not been very successful, and we must all admit this. It has been drawn to the health, honorable members, staff, and visitor proceedings. In view of this, the Business Committee proposes that the House reverts to commencing sittings at 10 a.m. subject to review when needed. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Order 2, will be taken during the week. Thank you.
By the Chairman of the Business Committee. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment highly the Business Committee too. But I would like to also suggest that we need to pay fidelity and sitting starts at 12 or 11 regarding the time. Or if the 10 is, and I'm hoping that we should be able to start. We should be able to. we should be able to stick with the time. The Speaker, if you look at our orders, Order 12.4, whenever the Speaker, the First Deputy Speaker, the Second Deputy Speaker are unavoidably absent, the clerk shall chair the sitting for the election of a member to preside at the sitting of the House as the member presiding. I think one of these orders talk about where a member can be elected to sit in the chair. So I'm saying that if, Mr. Speaker, your good self or the Second Deputy Speaker are not there, we should be able to elect somebody to sit in the chair for us to respect the time. That's all that I'm asking for. The Speaker,
are you suggesting that the delay is as a result of either the Speaker, the First Deputy, and the Second Deputy
the Speaker,
not being available?
The Speaker, I cannot, with any stretch of imagination, suggest that. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that for us to start business, somebody must be in the chair. If we are 2 or 3 or 4, and nobody raises a matter of quorum, sitting can start. So I think that it is the to 10. This is what I'm asking for the Speaker, and thanks for indulging me.
Thank you very much. But let me also place on record that mostly we are here, but members are not available.
You are right. I can't dispute that. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the chairman of the Business Committee. Mr. Speaker had admitted my motion of review on the form in which the minister, to the form in which it will be presented. Subsequently, the mid-year budget, he came through a motion. So it is not captured on the business statement, and I think that this is very important, considering the fact that this is a business.
This is a look at item number 2.
The Speaker's motion, couple of motions that I know that they're
yes.
able.
So it means that the motions that are going to be taken within the week are not listed here. So by the application of Ejusdem Generis, if yours is a motion, it can be taken under this item. Don't you agree with me?
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided, and if that is the case, I will rest that matter for now. And
Very
then
well.
The second thing is that the reason the business committee is giving us based on the change of time of sitting, I think it's a bit problematic, because there was reasons why we said we should sit at 2. And among many other was the fact that we have ministers and deputy ministers and other people who have got. If it is the case that we want to change it to 9 a.m., I don't think it will cure the problem that we identify earlier on. Hours, then the Speaker can give that directive. So if we can manage our time based on the business that the majority, we don't start exactly 10 o'clock. We, chairman of the business committee, majority leader, that we are starting 10 because your ministers are not here. They are in the ministry. Your deputy ministers are not here. They are in the ministry. They are attending to government work. As to why ministers are not in the chamber to attend to either questions or business. So I think we need to look at it properly. And if we can, if it is the case that it's always going to be 10, or if we are to vary it based on the kind of work that we have in the chamber, then we will be guided by that. But I think that the change of time will not cure any problem. It would rather cause problem for you, majority leader, because many of your ministers might not be in the chamber by then. By 2 o'clock, we could see that many of them do attend when we give them the 2 o'clock time. Yes, I did raise the motion.
Very well. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to commend the Business Committee for putting out this statement. Except that I observed that there was no questions programmed for the week and list of questions programmed for the week. I remember that I had 3 questions for the Minister for Roads and Highways, bordering on some very urgent roads that were ongoing but are stored in Deu, Abonsen, Aseseso, and then Asasioko area. And looking at our place, it's began raining. And this is the time that we have our festivals. But I could see that there was no questions program. This has already been filed, so if the business committee could look at it. Again, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend you and the staff and the team management for this beautiful work done. However, if you go to our offices, you can see that especially on the 11th, 8th floor, went to the offices before coming. So, Mr. Speaker, these are a few things that I want the business committee to note. Thank you very much.
Chairman of the committee.
Available will be addressed once ministers are certain that when they come to the House at 10, government business will shortly be taken. Very often, a minister has business. He comes or she comes to the House, and then we start with statements. The minister will not know exactly when the statements will be over, because it will be subject to the contributions that members may make, and the ministers provide very lengthy answers, and so they can come and then they spend the whole day here. So very often they decide to sit in their offices, and then when we are ready, we should call them to come over. So the discussion at Business Committee was to create certainty so that business will be dealt with, and then they can go. Minister has to stay because members asking questions are personal businesses. But if the question is asked to you as a minister, you have to be here to answer that question. So you must be here. And statements are personal businesses. But when we have a bill and when we have business, and they come, and if the person really has no interest in the question or even the content of the statement, they have to sit through and never know exactly when government business will be taken so that their votes will be required. So very often they step out and then they never come back, or they decide that they're going to go sit in their offices and watch us on television, and when it's time for government business and their votes will be needed before they come. So we consider that, but let's not also forget that because we're sitting in the afternoons, very often by 10 p.m. we're still in this chamber at midnight. But usually those were rare occasions towards the end of proceedings. But when we started sitting at 2, it became, constant and habitual that we will leave here after 10 p.m. And most people's private routines don't start in the afternoon. Whether Parliament is starting at 10 or starting at 2 p.m., people will have to send children to school early in the morning, so they will wake up early in the morning anyway. And yet, they will also come members. And so it was even difficult to keep them in the chamber. So at Business Committee, we considered all that and decided that we should revert to the 10 a.m. Meetings. The issue of questions, the practice is that first week, questions are not programmed. So subsequent weeks, questions will be programmed. And the ACs, yes, we have taken note of the ACs, and I think that there are procurement issues that are being addressed. I've been briefed by the Chief Whip and the clerk, and so they are expediting the procurement processes so that they can fix the ACs, and also the lifts. Some of the lifts are also not working well, and some have been repaired. In fact, all of them were down, but just before the resumption, some have been fixed. Others are still being, because the pressure on the lift is too much, so we need stronger lifts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Leader of the House for taking us through some few observations I want to put across. Mr. Speaker, one, on the listed business of members. Questions, I would plead with Leader of Government Business to work closely with the clerk at table to program the ministers to come. And to our dear ministers, they should prioritize Parliament, because some of the last-minute excuses affect members. So, Mr. Speaker, if this week we are not going to have them in, I would plead that the necessary correspondence should get to their desk for them to start coming to answer questions next week. Mr. Speaker, it was seconded and debates commenced. It took us over 7 weeks. We couldn't take the motion on the mass dismissal. Guidance. Yes, that is the motion. It's not, it's a matter of record. Because, Mr. Speaker, the burden of that motion really is whether or not the Chief of Staff can, by an administrative directive, instruct chief executives of state-owned institutions to terminate contracts of their employees. They are not part of the mainstream public service. The fact that the state has majority shares in an enterprise does not give unfettered powers to government to, as it were, direct.
Not addressed by resolutions. Mr. Speaker, motions may be debated and their consequential resolutions, if any, taken during the week. And it is the order paper.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the guidance. We always learn at your feet. Mr. Speaker, the mainstay of my submission really is the fact that this is general. I am only appealing to the leader of government business to ensure that we don't just make general provisions, but then we should ensure that the item or the subject matter appears on the order paper. That is the burden of my call.
Okay.
Yes, so I agree with you on that score. And I'm taking the opportunity to further reiterate the fact that, Mr. Speaker, these are human rights issues. These are human rights issues. Many Ghanaian youths who were employed 2 years, 3 years, the petitions are all before us. And because of that omnibus directive, Maritime Authority, Ghana Road Fund, GRA, Ghana Gas, Mr. Speaker, all these employees were sacked. The only place guaranteed by the Constitution for their views, their concerns to be heard is the People's Chamber, Parliament. Yes, the court is there. But where the people's representative would have to speak for them.
Leader
of the House. My last point, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader in his opening remarks underscored his position must come prepared to earn the approval of the House. No, because it's a program. He says it should come prepared. I am not speaking in respect of that matter specifically, but to all nominees who will be appearing before us should take a cue from the majority leader. If you come up in your bosses sacking, we have concerns about how you have behaved and all, you answer. You have to prepare. And I agree with the call by the majority leader that the person must come prepared. That is his call. So I'm just drawing ready the constitutional issues, whether or not of constitutional concern. But Mr. Speaker, this is not the time for it. This is not the time for it. This is not the time for it.
Honorable
the time will come
Leader,
for a full debate on this.
it is now for you to comment on the business statement.
Very well.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rest my case. I was just drawing
thank you
his
very
attention.
much. Yes, Chairman of the Business Committee.
Thank you very much. I
just want to assure the minority leader that we will make sure that when questions are asked, ministers are notified of the pending motions and the issue of the dismissals of to draw the attention of the minority leader, where he was boasting their office to improperly recruit people into all sorts of agencies, including the security agencies. He clearly indicated that the MPP in government abused his office, appointees abused their office, and they recruited not going through the proper recruitment channels and filled vacancies with party faithfuls. And they were daring the NDC. They were daring the NDC to see if the NDC will also be able to fill those public offices with their party faithfuls. By those statements, you had justified the decision to dismiss those people. You had authenticated the claim that whilst in office, you improperly, unconstitutionally, illegally, and inconsistent with constitutional requirements, recruited people and placed them in office when you shouldn't have done so. So we should investigate those recruitments and the dismissals. If you want us to carry out an inquiry, we will be inquiring and investigating your statement, because you are actually admitting crimes. You were publicly admitting the commission of crimes in relation to recruitment, especially to security agencies. And you come to this, actually justified the decisions. You have justified the decisions. What you said at the rally is a very serious matter, coming from the opposition leader. Other people are actually calling on us in the NDC that then we should probe all the recruitments that took place, because you have publicly indicated that whilst in office, you use your office to staff public agencies with party faithfuls. How did you do that? And you are trying to create problems for the NDC administration and trying to trap us to behave like your government. We will not behave like you. We will not behave like you, because Ghanaians rejected you overwhelmingly for behaving that way. We don't want to be rejected by Ghanaians, so we will not follow your footsteps. We will not be enticed by your statements. You should be apologizing to Ghanaians for what you did. Mr. Speaker, on that note, let me assure members, on this side of the House, even though President, who is at the presidency on our ticket, we are serving notice that we are committed to doing a diligent job. And so anybody appearing before this House will be properly scrutinized, and the person should earn their nomination and the approval of this House. So that we are committed to. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Honourable Minority Leader on the business statement.
Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader at the dispatch box made some statements that have gone into Hansard. And since I'm right here, it is important to set the record straight and put the appropriate facts out. Mr. Speaker, the assumption of the office of the MDC, I did say that they employed. It's a fact. I've not spoken on these things 2 weeks ago. I spoke in January, and I said that during MPP's time, the youth of our country were employed. I would want the Majority Leader to bring their speech. You, the majority, you promised them one job, 3 shifts. So if you come here and say that, oh, I think perhaps you didn't pay attention. The issue of mass dismissal, majority leader, please deal with it. But if you now say that I said some people were employed under NDC, even if they were MPP, are they not Ghanaians? And if you are going to do and you want to do it, go and investigate and sack all of them. If that is what you want to do, go and do it. Nobody stops you. If you want to sack them, sack them. We don't have a problem. Sack them. I have not made the statement in the context that you described for Hansard. And you know that. You are a lawyer. And you know that. Doctor, on that. What you should be concerned about 88 plus. Your people are asking, where are the jobs? Where are the jobs? Jobs. They bring their CV, especially the MPs without portfolios. That's on the issue, yes. Rather than trivializing. I rest my case.
Thank you. Yes, Chief Whip.
Speaker, one, Mr. Speaker. And the protocol is that, please, Mr. Speaker, under Order 71, the protocol is that when the business statement is presented and members raise matters arising out of the business statement, the chairman of the business committee responds. But Mr. Speaker, what the minority leader is doing is neither a question. So, Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance in this matter. So, if you want to ask a question, ask the question.
But sometimes some members will go overboard. Other members, subject to further deliberations on the time of commencement of sitting, hoping that leadership would engage, the business statement is hereby adopted. So, honourable members' statement. Yes, Majority Leader, any indication?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if we could just, are they ready? Statements. Mr. Speaker, I think we can take item number 10. We can just lay the reports and then we can take an adjournment.
At commencement of public business, presentation of papers. Item numbered.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Public Interest and Accountability Committee for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the statement has been duly presented and it is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Item numbered 10II.
Annual statement by the Annual report of the Public Interest and Accountability.
Honourable members, report duly presented and it is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and reports. Item numbered 10II.
Report of the National Population Council Secretariat on the 58th session of the Commission on Population and Development held in April 2025 in New York.
Third, reports. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for an adjournment.
Speaker, I second the motion, except that I want to overwhelm it. But you are less than 30 in the chamber. Empty seats, too many empty seats. And today, no government business. Your members are not in the chamber. Chief, we can...
Yes, Majority Leader. In the circumstances, are we adjourning to 10 o'clock or 2 o'clock? You see, the business statement is adopted subject to further deliberation. So the status quo must remain until the conclusion of the deliberation. Yes, yes. Honourable members, yes?
Mr. Speaker, for the record,
yes,
we're coming back 2 p.m. tomorrow, God willing?
I will say so.
Very well.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. The ayes have it. The motion till Wednesday, 22nd, 2 o'clock afternoon.